Issa Juarez. Hi. How's it going? How you doing, my dude? Chilling. Nice. Vibin'. Hi, Oppie. Why am I fighting Poito? Because he keeps putting me to sleep. I won't have it anymore. I don't know why assaulting French was not permitted. That's really weird. I know he's bald, but he can't help it. Because that's me, that's why. I mean it is, but I say you can't keep putting me to sleep as I like have food here that I'm eating. Actually, he's not. He's bald here by choice. When he's young, he's absolutely bald by choice, isn't he? What do I got? And do you guys have any? Always. You guys can always have some. I got gyudon or gyudon. I'm not saying that correctly. I have food in my mouth. It's a beef bowl. He was born bald? I mean, but in game, he's clearly shaved. Shave you. Hoppy. Hoppy woke up today and chose violence. Imagine being born bald. Also, hi Saul, how are you doing? How are all of you doing? I hope it's well. You're no longer violent. Okay. Is a short violent? It's true, she is short. It is. You're back in the library. You're back in your element. Doing work. Nice. What dating sim? What dating sim are you trying to play? You haven't gotten to that point yet? Okay, I see. So you really want to play a dating sim, you just don't know what yet. Just want to play a dating sim with hot guys and girls. I feel that. What's that one game that came out recently? Where like you can date a bunch of people and they're also like your weapons? It's like Dungeon Boyfriend or something? I don't know. Boyfriend Dungeon? Is it that? Yeah, I was gonna say, have you played that? Any game is a dating sim if you convince yourself. That's very true, actually. That's how you play Pathologic. That's fair. Yeah, it's Boyfriend Dungeon. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played it, but it looks pretty good. There we go. 15 euros. Oh. You need this for your mental health? Oh no, soul. And if you have anything you need to purchase otherwise, do that instead. Do that first, rather. It's the end of the month, so you're gonna be fine. And guess so. If you say you're gonna be fine, then sure. Oh no. You almost bought a haunted doll? Listen. Don't buy the haunted doll. Boyfriend dungeon is the better option. Why were you... What was the haunted doll like? I'm curious. I'm wondering why you wanted the, like, why you were thinking of buying a haunted doll. You didn't want it to haunt your flat page. Okay. My life needs more ghosts. That's very fair. That's very fair. But also, you know, the doll probably isn't like actually haunted, so. And it was one of those creepy clowns juggling on a ball. Interesting. I remember I was watching, I was listening to Chilluminati and they talked about how, like, this is like way back, one of their early episodes, that they were talking about haunted dolls and stuff and looking at some of them. And there was one that was like, specifically, this this haunted doll is like, will be your girlfriend or something like that. And it's so weird. The ghost was apparently named Lucy, and even though she was a bitch in life, her ghost is kind, which, yeah, I don't think that's how that really works. I don't think you just die and you're like, oh, I'm no longer angry. I no longer want to choose violence. I will just be a kind ghost. Gonna see if you can find haunted doll girlfriend. I'm absolutely sure they're still out there. 100% sure. If you were a ghost, you would choose more violence. Yeah. Violence is the way, yeah. Or at the very least, more mischief, you know? How could you not be a ghost and be like, I'm gonna mess with people? I'm gonna 100% mess with people. Not like, you know, kill them or anything, because we're like actual violence to the point that they might die. You don't want that, not even as a ghost, because that's how you get somebody dying and their ghost coming back to fight you as a ghost. And you're just, hey, if you couldn't take them in the real world, you're just gonna get beat up as a ghost. Ghost fight, ghost fight. As something my IRL friends and I have talked about, it's literally, hey, like, people who get haunted by ghosts, and especially the ones who end up, like, dying because of it, how would you not, you know, come back as an angry ghost and just straight up throw hands at the ghost that was haunting you? Like, why is that never a thing? Because absolutely, I would. I'd feel like, oh, well, fuck this. I'm gonna go fight this ghost. I'm dead already. I couldn't hit you when I was living. I can hit you now. If you were a ghost, you'd pretend you'd be some famous guy. Yeah. If you were a ghost, you would constantly be a menace, but also do their dishes and stuff and gaslight. That's how you do it. Like, honestly though, can you link this really funny eBay? Yeah, sure. I trust you. Smile. But I honestly think it's very funny that, like, stories don't have anything like that. And, like, when somebody dies from a haunting in movies and stuff, they just disappear. They're no longer in the story, you know? Alright, what is this? Haunted doll, sexual spirit doll, Yonatan. What is this? A sexual spirit doll. What? Yonatan is a 32-year-old sexy Israeli man from Jerusalem. He has thick, delicious, luscious lips, and he will put that, not them, he will put them anywhere on your body that you desire. I see. I'm not gonna continue to read this, because, oh, okay. It is for single ladies only. What if I wanted a Yonatan? He'll get along very well with other spirits, but he may try to flirt. Okay. Jesus. Oh. He communicates well using necrophonic app. Is that a real thing? I'm not looking that up, but is that a real thing? Necrophonic app? I assume that's just like a ghost box, like in Phasmophobia. There are 21 bids? No, don't tell me that. There's 7 watchers, 21 bids. No. It has EVP. Okay. You are required by, as per eBay's policy on the paranormal, to indicate that eBay forbids the sale of intangible items and that this listing is only for a tangible doll with no promise of any spirit attached. This listing is for entertainment purposes only. Doll is sold as is, and by bidding on or purchasing this item shows that you have fully read, understand, and agree to the disclaimer. Condition. No. Ew. Oh no. Why is it I hate this. Man, how do you get all of these ghosts into these dolls? Someone's like just really actively hunting ghosts. Maybe that's why people can't find ghosts anymore. They're all putting them into the doll to sell. Man. Capitalism strikes once again. I mean, it's a possessed doll, of course. You know, that's it. Even ghosts need to pay rent? I don't think they do. They just post up in your home and tell you to get out. Oppie. Are you gonna raid his wares? Plunder all the haunted dolls? That sounds good. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to actually sound gross or anything. I just like, are you gonna rob him of his haunted dolls? Do you think ghosts get, like... This is a really dumb question. Do you think ghosts get cold? Or maybe too hot or too warm? Like, do you think they feel temperature? Like, they'll crowd around a fire if it's cold out? This is the doll that you... Oh, this looks trustworthy. Haunted doll Lucy. Your normal neck. I love that it specifically says negative energy. Maybe like if they died in an extreme environment, maybe. Read the description. Lucy was 21 years of age when she passed. She was very selfish and only did things if it suited her. She was an art student and hated other people's work. She used to damage them when people weren't looking, even though she was sinister in real life. She is a... This is a long run-off sentence, by the way. She was sinister in real life. She is a positive spirit and loves attention. She works well around other spirits and animals. I've had experience using Ouija boards with her, and she has been very active with me. Hope she goes to a loving family that can take care of her. Lucy looks fun. Hold on, I'm gonna say something real quick, but I'm gonna eat some more. You like how they describe her as positive spirit with negative energy? Yeah. I think that's really funny. But yeah. You found another doll, but this one's a succubus. I saw, like, in the related stuff for some of those other ones, in the one that you linked earlier, that one of them was a succubus as well. But what I was gonna say is, like, you're a ghost, right? And you're just out there minding your own business, and then you get fucking put into a doll or whatever, or just find yourself to be haunting a doll, and someone just straight up picks it up and is selling it. And, like, it feels weirdly, like, if spirits are real, it feels weirdly very demeaning to the person that is the spirit that is haunting the doll, because they're like, I hope she goes to a loving family that can take care of her. What the fuck does that mean? Like, that sounds like you're talking about a pet. You're just like trading these people off, their spirits off. It's honestly, it's kind of fucked. But Hey. Someone out here is just grabbing ghosts, tossing them into dolls, grabbing succubi, incubi, tossing them into dolls. You know, doing the Lord's work. When you possess a doll to spend time with your family sells you. That's hilarious. You know what? If that was me, I'd unpossess a doll and go haunt my family. I'd be so angry. You'd sell their stuff. Oh, that'd be perfect. Just get rich as a ghost. Get rich as a ghost and buy yourself a haunted girlfriend doll. Jesus. That's how you do it. That's how it. That's how you win. Sorry, almost done eating. Give me a second. What was I eating? I was eating a beef bowl with a side of kimchi. It was very good. Okay. Good to go. Good to start more Hercule Poirot. I'm not gonna use my controller. I don't want to get up again. Also, I've been so tempted. This is unrelated to everything we've talked about, but I have been so tempted to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I might. I might. It's free. They they're tempting me so badly. It's free. I watched Octopimp play a bit of it, and it actually looks very fun. Let's do it the other way. Oh, cool. Do it. Maybe. Because I know I'll sink a lot of time in, but it does look very fair on, like, the rate of getting cards that you want. Which is very nice. Very nice for, you know, Konami, but, yeah, maybe. Alright. On the bright side, hey, we don't have to stop this music. Because Hercule Poirot does not have any music, really.
Aye, detective.
Yes. Fuck, hold on. Give me a second.
Merci, monsieur.
Is it just me, or does it feel like he's walking faster? Oh, I can walk this way too. Wow, I could have been like playing this as a real point and click this entire time. Hold on, not this song. It's very, yeah. Okay. Let me do this so I can refresh on stuff we've done. That's right, we found out that the Major is Angeline's father. Angeline cares about the Major despite her not knowing that, well, as far as we know, she doesn't know that he is her father. The blackmail letters. The Major is not the blackmailer. Archibald just doing Archibald stuff. Cassandra had an affair with the Major. Still kinda likes, I guess, the Major. I don't know. They had a fight previously. Definitely not the one to kill him. Elizabeth. Oop. Ernesto loves or likes Cassandra. The Major's dead. What's the other Dimor? Zachariah. Zachariah has a bunch of war PTSD. And for some reason, his brother doesn't believe that he drinks? That's a little weird bit. I don't know if that's gonna come back up. Medigo, I think possibly likes Cassandra. He's very protective of her. And she inspected the Major's body without, you know, really notifying anyone. It's kind of sus. Jackie, newspaper lady. Someone knows the family. Wants information from Hugo, because Hugo and Jackie are talking about, like, unions and stuff. And the Major was against unions, because he was helping, you know, what's the other dude's name? Ernesto. Yeah, he was helping Ernesto, like, keep his factory in line. Okay. Yeah. We've got most of it out of the way. Plot stuff that we found last time was Major is not the blackmailer. Major is related to Angeline because he had an affair with Cassandra. Major absolutely loved Cassandra, even though Cassandra weirdly denies it. That's his love for Cassandra. The letter suggests a blackmailer wants to see the family lose everything, including family to live. I'm still not ruling out that there's like a twist and it's the lady from the very beginning for the blackmailer, although the murder could be somebody else. I guess we'll figure that out. Archibald.
Aye, detective.
Let me turn the music down a smidge. When you returned to the study last night, did you notice anything different?
Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the Major. Sorry, detective. Should I have?
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in.
If a guest had taken a wrong turn, finding themselves in the Major's bedroom first, I'm sure they would not have proceeded through the store. Unless they were not lost at all. Oh, that's right. There's some, like, secret passageways. Or something secret about this house. What if it was all Poirot and it's like having rain? Oh my god. That'd be interesting. I'd like to see how they pull that twist off. Because it really wasn't well done in Heavy Rain. Press X to make sure. Alright, who has access to the safe in the Major study?
Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch.
Monsieur de Demir was quite sure Archibald also had a copy of the key. It's not something one would easily forget. Regarding access to the safe, you have seen its contents before, yes?
When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access the safe?
It's not what you think, detective.
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
I only lied because of the trouble I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
True.
I know how it will sound, but I lost my key.
Oh
I
no.
must have set
That
it
means
down
anybody
somewhere,
could have it.
and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
Monsieur Sterling's story of his lost key strikes me as rather coincidental. Major safe is broken into with documents ransacked. Letters involving Madame Van den Bosch's secret left out. It is a crime with no apparent purpose. No, I think it's somebody who broke into it specifically for those documents regarding like union stuff. I don't think I think that's a separate issue. I think that's not necessarily anyone who was the blackmailer. Front-facing Poito is scary. Yeah, he is. There's a matter regarding the Comtesse that we just discussed.
I should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
I am well aware, Detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun
He does
to
look kind of
remove his bullet
scary.
from a victim's chest?
I suppose not.
I understand that Monsieur Sterling was only trying to help, but surely he must have seen what it could do for the integrity of my escape. Alright, let's
Is
go
that
into the
really
guest bedroom.
necessary?
Yes.
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Of course. I still just cannot imagine any of them being guilty of it.
It may be hard to imagine, but it is the truth. I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the west wing.
How did the guy die? He was stabbed. I
may
think.
not be back when
one?
you return. Here is the
Or-
key to the other rooms. Please return.
For
it
some
when
reason,
you-
my brain remembers both he was stabbed once and died, and then he was stabbed multiple times and died, and I don't remember which is true. Like, not just one or two, but like a lot.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
First, let us pay the Comtesse a visit. Must be sure if they are working alone or with another. Perfect opportunity to find evidence of any collusion for the murder weapon. We can check some of our stuff.
Every time we touch,
Murder.
something courses through my blood, and I'm born.
Okay, never mind. I don't think we can.
Feel this warmth too. I need you so much. I'm addicted
Check this.
to your love. Nothing I can do. I'm so helpless for you. Heavenly. I feel the stars align for eternity.
Major's corpse? Yeah, here we go. Single stab wound. Evidence of a single fatal attack. What is most likely to have inflicted this damage? And he had a purple bruise on the face, but the purple bruise was most likely from when he got punched by Demir earlier in the day. To make myself known before entering. It'd be rude not to address her. I'm just gonna.
Detective, what a pleasure. I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
Bruh.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
I don't know.
Madame,
it
after
kinda
the
is.
revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help. Shall we get straight to it then? Let us not waste your time any further, Detective.
I saw you conversing with one of the young servants yesterday.
That would be Inga. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Madame Vandenbosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, detective. She does have a heart.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
She's mad, but I don't want to investigate her closely.
People
Yeah.
change, detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
I mean, everything we've seen doesn't seem like she's changed much.
Believe me, Countess, I know that only too well.
I commend you on your dedication with the woman you help. It is most honorable.
Be careful, detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
It is your actions in this house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Have you been able to find many of the girls from the
We
shelter
wouldn't
work?
be doing a very good job if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
She has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
Detective, you're as stiff as a dead body. Let me investigate. We're a nurse after all.
When put like that,
Oh my.
is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if there was a problem, I would know.
I'm glad to hear that more girls are building a better future for themselves, and it is with help from the Comtesse that it has been able to happen.
Merci, Madame.
Wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music in one's home. Look. Perhaps the happy couple's engagement has someone in a particularly romantic mood. Excuse me. Piano.
Ah,
The chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself. Fireplace.
ah.
She also wants to play Boyfriend Dungeon. I'd believe it. She was around in modern times. Yeah, she'd absolutely be playing Boyfriend Dungeon. The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece. It is an art form.
Oh,
First aid kit full of medical equipment, bandages, plasters, antiseptics, and a pair of scissors. Perhaps a present for the family as a thank you for their hospitality. Plant.
ah.
It's a plant. Alright. Oh. Window.
Oh,
Nope, never mind. You got anything new?
Go ahead, detective.
Perhaps I was a little rash with my response to you examining the Major's body.
A compliment and now an apology. Well, detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
there was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
One must always be prepared, detective.
Prepared at an engagement celebration.
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
I don't know. Pretty sus. Had she not brought them at all, I would not have to ask such a question. Yeah, exactly.
Merci, Madame.
Okay. Any links? let's get out of here. Hold on. I think I'm gonna switch the music over to just some chill hop or something. There we go. Still very chill. Hopefully won't put me to sleep. The ever-guarded Jacqueline Conrad. It is time. I question her on her conversation with the Major before searching her. It is time!
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
What's your relationship with the Major?
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Mm-hmm.
Oui. But how is it
You
came to
love
that
Jackie.
conclusion?
She's pretty cool. At least until they found
You
out
don't
she's a
really
murderer.
want me to recount every conversation
kidding.
I've had with him, do
I have
you?
no idea.
There is one particular I had in mind.
You say that every time, but she looks like a lesbian girl boss. For some reason, the bot didn't like lesbian. Shame on you, bot.
An
Tell me about your
argument would
argument.
imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, Detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
I guess I could believe
And
that.
his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story.
What was
if you're gonna try and pay someone
the
off, at
pathetic
least make
attempt?
it worth their while.
I thought the Major would only be supportive of Mademoiselle Angeline. Be more to why not want her success known. I think because he's possibly worried of people digging and finding out the truth. Can't believe Automod is in a mood, huh? Yeah. I think it is. Like a lesbian girl boss has hurt Automod in the past. Pepe Hams. It's okay, Automod. Things will get better.
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
Don't just don't stop the lesbian girl boss.
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That's exactly what I want to try and find out, though.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless.
Clueless?
Let me
In what
guess.
way?
The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
Hmm.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Oh, Mademoiselle does not think particularly highly of Monsieur Beckers. He's a strong, independente woman, but to use the term wimp is an unnecessary attack on his character.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Sure thing, Detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know.
Who is Beckers again? Hang on. Ah, Beckers. Here we go. I forgot that he was a union leader. I thought he was just working with the union. Okay. Gramophone. Gramophone. Newspaper.
Aha.
Among them a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riot at Nestle's factory. Peaceful strikes turn to loss of lives as violence breaks out on front line. Following the tragic events in the city that has darkened the Following the tragic events in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, the area has been cordoned off and police presence at the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement services. You forgot he existed? That's fair. I kinda did too. Not until I was looking through the characters, I was like, oh yeah. Workers laid down their tools, switched off all machinery, and stood together shoulder to shoulder as the fight for fair pay and conditions raged on. What started as peaceful protests by those employed at the factories have turned into a battle of class, with support for the workers coming in from all over the city. Although reports have not been confirmed, sources state that violence broke out following a second wave surge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it is believed that as many as 8 workers have lost their lives in the fighting. The workers' front line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work in such demanding conditions for such a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner Leroux has confirmed that the outbreak of Chief Commissioner Leroux has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulting civilian deaths are being investigated, and an official statement is to be made in the coming days. Declan Conrad. Okay. There does not seem to be of anything of interest. Pocket knife. I have in my pocket a knife. Presume this belongs to Jackie. Chasing a good story may lead her into some precarious. Fire. Good.
Huh.
Buttered workstation.
Oh.
Jackie has set up a makeshift office in her room. She must bring her work with her everywhere. Mr. Artigue spotted leaving the Velvet Tickle. I'm sorry. The what? the what? The Velvet Tickle? That's a name, alright. Friday at 23:15. Camber House has been poaching off neighboring land. Boar, deer, duck, Maggie to follow up. Velvet Tickle. I don't know about you guys. I don't think I would ever want to visit a place, establishment that is called the Velvet Tickle. Mrs. Bont found her husband in their marital bed with a young maidservant. Testament from maid needed. Mr. Denault overheard in the Cackling Crow speaking. See, Cackling Crow is a good name for an establishment, for like a tavern or a bar. Velvet Tickle? Not so much. Speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable things. We say doubtful, skeptical, shady. Notes from Francis by Monday. There is a person. I don't want to believe you, but I believe you. Their manager, I see. You got anything else, Jackie? Yes, you do.
Go right ahead, Detective.
I was surprised to learn Monsieur de Silva and the Major worked together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with De Silver.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to.
Tell me of your opinion of their working together.
As far as I know, De Silver hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
A young kid just asked if he could shovel your sidewalk for money. I respect the hustle, but also it's 7 p.m. at 33 degrees Fahrenheit out. Oh, what are you doing, BB? The poor kid. Yeah, I respect the hustle, but yeah, it's 7 o'clock over there. And cold. You can leave it for tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, poor BB, you will go places.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news to be told.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
I hope that kid went back home and like just went to relax. It's 7 o'clock. Yeah, it's like already super dark out there, isn't it? Because it's pretty dark over here. Hi, Sonic. How's it going? We are Mademoiselle Angeline and Gideon's room. We shall find. Are they here? Oh, thank God they're not here.
Ah,
I could have mistaken it for my own. What kind of bed slash couch thing is this? Because that's very fancy looking. Sphinx globe. I've seen one of these. Had one for a time because we were holding it for a friend, basically. I don't know how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of the globe. Don't know, but it looks comfy. It does. Just did an alliance raid with some of the most toxic people in FF. Oh no, Sonic. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. I'm glad it's over too. Not the FF house, not the FF house. Time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece.
aha. Oh,
Seems they used to be closer. Perhaps their recent behavior is merely a facade. Could it be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zachariah? No. I think Zachariah has PTSD. I don't think he was actually, like, you know, involved in this.
Huh.
There does not seem to be anything of interest. Oh, how y'all? Sorry, Sonic, I didn't finish reading your thing. I'm good. We talked about Ghost for like 30 minutes at the start of the stream, and I was eating food. And now we're playing this. Class is pretty good. I am surprised. I'm surprised. I don't know. After last semester was kind of a mess. I don't know if I ranted about it too much on stream, but last semester seriously sucked with some of the like one of the classes, because I was only taking 2, but the one that I remember ranting to you guys about, it's really bad. It was like so bad and annoying and just busy work. And even though I have more classes this semester, so far, it's a lot better. We talked about buying a sexually charged ghost. Yes, we did. Not just any ghost, Lucy and Yonatan. Yeah. Yeah, it's so much better. Like, how do I put this? Last semester, the one class that was giving me trouble was literally all busy work, and it was constantly making me do tests. It was essentially these kinds of tests that, like, you take it, you do sort of like reading on stuff that you missed, which is fine, and then you take the test again, but then you also have quizzes in between that, and then you also have like major tests while also doing those. So like the tests were homework essentially, but then I also had other homework to do, and it was a mess. It was a fucking mess. It really didn't need to be that bad. And the professor himself, I felt, was just very unorganized, and I'm so glad I do not have to deal with him anymore. That's part of why I sounds not great. No, it really wasn't. It was seriously like every week I had to take, of the normal tests, I essentially had to take like, well, no, excuse me. It was with the tests, and the quizzes and the major tests. Every week I had to take like 8 to 10 of those, and it was mind melting. I can't do that many tests, and then I also have to do homework in between that. And this was for a sort of online class. Look, it was a mess. Sorry. Anyways, not to complain, because that is done with. It's over. I never have to deal with that again. I will never take another class with that professor unless I'm forced to. It's fine. Sounds like a person who the more the better, then it's actually too much. Yeah. Yeah. Everything about that was just a mess. But this class now, or rather these classes now, like I still have one online class and then 2 in-person classes. And one of the in-person classes seems it's a required class, but it's a very easy required class. It's essentially a class about nothing. You're like, it's weird. It's weird that this is a required class, but it's like a class about learning about the campus and college or whatever, the community college, and also like how to better learn, I guess, is, I don't know. But it's an easy class. That's the best way to put it. I've looked at the syllabus and everything, it's an easy class. And the actual class that I need, which is the computer networks class, that one is good and not crazy on the busy work. Yes, essentially learning techniques and applications and stuff like that. But my computer networks class is the one that would be the most involved, and that one so far is just good. None of them are nearly as involved as that class I took last semester, which I don't understand, but it's good. It's good that it's not. All right, what are we? I just completely went on a tangent. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Sonic, it's good. I'm doing good today. The drive is still kind of a mess because I have to go through some back roads to get to the campus in particular. And it's a 40-minute drive there, and then from the other campus it's only like a 30-minute drive. So it's honestly not too bad. Well, the drive there is bad. The drive back isn't too bad, but it's still kind of bad. I just dislike that I have to wake up so early, but that's a me thing because I usually like waking up around 9 or 10, and I'm forcing myself to wake up at 9 so I can get to class on time. We love your tangents. Thank you, Oppie.
Huh.
There does not seem to be anything. I got an achievement. Okay. Imagine waking up. Imagine. Yeah, no. Drive there and back is a mess because it takes a long time, but honestly, it's not too bad. I do get to listen to stuff and just kind of vibe for a little bit while getting to the class and stuff like that.
Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Glad this semester is better than last. Yeah, me too. Like, seriously, me too. To be fair, you were scared by your alarm this morning. Pretty much jumped out of your bed. Dang.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
I actually... I don't know if it's just me, but I actually end up waking up before... A lot of the times when I set an alarm, I end up waking up before my alarm. Like, it rarely happens that I'll wake up when my alarm actually goes off. I don't know why it is. Just a weird mental thing, but it happens a lot. Fix your sleep schedule for like 2 weeks and now you're back to sleeping like till 4 p.m. Oh no, Oppie. What was the reason it started going back to what it was? You woke up 3.5 hours ago, so you know what? As long as you got rest. Good. Poirot? Oh, excuse me.
Just
Yes.
a detective is quite alright.
Bon, can I help you with something?
It was you that alerted the house to the Major's body, was it not?
I was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
Sorry, because I was looking at the Saul being scared by his alarm. Because I wake up before my alarm most days, I actually just set my alarm to play some lo-fi music and it'll wake me up. It's actually kind of handy that if you have a Spotify, you can set your phone's alarm to play whatever Spotify channel you want. And so I set it to play some chill hop. I think you can literally set it to play anything though, which is nice. That's a really cool excuse me. That's a really cool feature. You literally don't remember. You think you just tired yourself out and we're finally going to bed around 12 and wake up at 11. I see. Okay. Did not mean. Tell me about your relationship with the other staff.
I
Please.
suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close then.
Some more than others.
You
What do you
refer
mean?
to whom, mademoiselle?
Well, Maman Ray, sorry, Rihanna, she's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luke.
For you, it's that you're most productive and concentrated during the night. Same. Same. So decided to switch your sleep schedule so pretty much sleep through the day. So all the lectures that happen at like 11 a.m. for you are equivalent to 8 p.m. lectures for others. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's always very good. Especially when you have like a different sleep schedule to work around. I mean, I think there are studies that show that no matter who the person is, it is always better to sleep during the night. But I know a lot of people, including myself, feel more productive during the night. So there's that. But I've also gotten to a point where I end up getting sleepy around 12 or 1. And a lot of the times the latest I'll stay up till is 2. And if I ever stay up way past that, it's usually just because I'm not sleepy or I'm like very focused on whatever I'm doing. You're more productive at night, but also get more depressed from it. Yeah, I I very much feel that. I think that's probably like what a majority of people would say. Like, contrary to anything that anyone believes, people actually just need some sunlight, you know? It actually helps people quite a bit. Like, going out, walking outside, getting some sunlight, it honestly helps people quite a bit. And it's, like, surprising. A small price to make sure you finish your work. Yeah, that's also very fair. Because I remember you telling us about, you know, people who go to the library and just like goof around in there. And that can be very annoying when you're actually trying to do your work. Your sleep schedule needs a little work since you go back to work on Wednesday. Oh no, Sonic. Being staying inside for 2 years is bad for you? No, what are you talking about? How is it Mademoiselle Elizabeth's late fiancé connects?
Maman Ray is Luke's sister. You did not know that?
No, I didn't.
I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful, losing him in those riots.
You got your booster and your flu shot today? Oof. I'll pray for you. So you're already hella tired and it's 7:30? Yeah. I was super tired when I got my booster and flu as well. Luckily, I didn't have really any symptoms other than being sore and being tired. I still took the day off, so I hope it's the same for you, where you don't really have any symptoms from the booster. You can't handle library during the day as everyone is really loud, even in quiet spaces. Yeah. The night is the only time when it's peaceful. Yeah, that's very fair. I don't know if this is like a thing on other colleges and campuses and stuff like that. But one of the campuses that I go to, there's some really nice like a really nice thing about them, because it used to be an old, like, not an old, but it was like connected to office buildings. And they also designed that like campus to be in line with it. And so there are some rooms that you can just straight up walk into, and they're more or less soundproof. Like, they're not completely soundproof, but they block out a lot of sound, and you can just go in there and study and do whatever. Of course, it's not the same as being in a library and like being able to go and get all the resources you need right there. You'd have to like bring in your own laptop or whatever, but it's still a very nice place because there's several rooms of those, and you can just go in and study and not have to worry about people being loud. We have small cubicles that are pretty much soundproof, but you need to book times. Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry, Saul.
Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one responsible for his death, I wouldn't want Maman Ray looking for me.
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she has expressed her desire for revenge.
Every time she talks about what happened.
How is it that the knowledge of Luke's death has eluded me for so long? The death of a brother is certainly motive enough. I did not see an aggressive side to Mademoiselle Rihanna when we spoke, but I wonder if she would act on such impulses for revenge if the opportunity arose. If you don't mind me inquiring, what brought you to the woman's shelter?
I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it, and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
There's an obvious alliance to the Comtesse. Understandable one at that.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Your mind map. Inga may seem nothing more than an innocent young maid, but there is something that she is withholding. If I am to solve the case before me, I must learn what it is. Okay. I go this way. Zachariah. I wonder if Monsieur Zachariah is as seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
I'm sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
Your university had hammocks all over outdoors.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
And then there were some egg-shaped chairs you could sit in to catch some shut-eye in a few buildings. That sounds very nice. I think more campuses, I don't know if this is a thing, to be honest, but I think more campuses need more things like that to have places where students can get like actual take naps, or like with the cubicles, but more of them, so you can, you know, actually have places to study outside of the library or your home, because your home will not always be quiet and a good place to study.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your
I
past.
bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Oh. Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
After speaking with Monsieur Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best thing for them both would be reconciliation. There's something about Monsieur Zacharias' story that he is leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weighs heavy on him. Your brother was talking with the Comtesse while in the salon.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold a conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Okay.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Alright then. Cigarette butts. Room is littered with a mess. Cigarette butts discarded right next to the ashtray.
Oh.
Ceremonial dagger. An ornamental dagger from Zachariah's time in the war. Gramophone. Cheese. Look at all this cheese.
Oh. Ah.
Cheese pog.
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There's a particular item I found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
True.
Merci for your assistance.
You got told if you made any more cheese puns at work, you would be fired. You say good riddance. That's a good one. That's a very cheesy pun. I love it. Monsieur Becker's room. Without him here, I'm free to search it. Yes, just snoop through his trash. Look.
Ah.
A hasty scribble regarding a meeting with, who I assume, Ernesto Curious. It seems he has been attempting to write a speech of some kind. Unsuccessfully, though, I wonder. Does this fit a pattern of behavior, Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. You are in a position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. If you do not retract your men... Oh, your men. Oh, not your mon. Not your Pokemon. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force. Too forceful. Weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our spirits, our hearts, spirits. These are the men that have built our great nation, country. Will continue to. Money will not save your soul. Can't look at fire. Sad. Sage Pepe Hames. Plant.
Oh. Aha. Ah.
With so many siblings, it must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. Well, I mean, I think that's it for his room. The business-minded Monsieur de Silva's room.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
Okay.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Madame Van den Bosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Van den Bosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you were both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
Okay. I am beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. Sounds as though the Viscount was trying at least to make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Madame Van den Bosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
Okay.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
Crossed the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
Damn.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Alright then. Not a criminal offense, but if there was a penalty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. If he has gone to such lengths before, what would stop him from committing a similar act again? This time with a major. I know you have worked with the major, but do you have any of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Okay.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position.
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
Hmm?
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
What do you mean?
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect the business of Monsieur de Silver's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's services. Would he allow the Major to barter more?
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
Uh-huh.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
Hmm?
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
Okay. The more Munjur talks, the shadier his dealings with the Major become. Beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
Yeah, very much not. A letter stating the blackmailer would reveal information of his questionable... Wait, what? A letter stating the blackmailer... So blackmailer was also targeting him? You don't think riots are often accidents? Very true. Riots are very often not accidents. Usually a riot, well, from what I know and have heard about, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Just saying that as disclosure. But what I have heard is oftentimes someone trying to break up the people, like oh god, my mind is blank. Not riot, but the thing that's... Oh no, my mind is gone. Protesting. Yes, thank you. My mind just did not want to remember what the word protesting was. But oftentimes with the people protesting, they will have somebody from the outside or even police come in and pretend to be one of the protesters and try to instigate a riot. And like, not in the sense of, oh, I'm gonna get the people riled up and they're gonna go on a riot, but more so give the companies or even like the police who are holding the protesters, you know, in an area or whatever, making it seem like they're getting violent so they can come in and actually, you know, break them up and possibly beat some people up and toss them to jail, that stuff like that. Such a peaceful riot. Yeah, you know, you got your riots and you got your peaceful riots. Monsieur de Silva. At first, you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion, you will know that what you have fought so hard to keep hidden could be far from it. You have spent years feeding off the hard work and backs of others and offering nothing in return. Workers continue to take their lives into their own hands day after day. Oh no, excuse me. Day after day with your shoddy, damaged, and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Also, when riots happen, the public usually are less positive towards the protesters. Yeah, exactly. That's why they do it a lot of the times. Is they try to instigate and then make the police or whatever come in, or security come in and break it up. Because a lot of the times, yeah, in the public's eye, when they hear about the news, it'll make the protesters seem, they'll have a more negative attitude towards them. They will make it will kind of feel less legitimate, which is honestly a problem. As in recent, not to talk about politics too much, but, in recent memory, in our recent history, just a couple of years ago, with a lot of protests that were happening, you hear about, like, police getting violent and stuff like that, and there will be people who are like, well, they should have just been peaceful and stuff like that. You can do this peacefully, and it's like, well, one, they were doing things peacefully, and the police are the ones that are being instigators and causing violence. And two, like, sometimes being peaceful doesn't work. One could argue a lot of times being peaceful doesn't work. So, Anyways. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain you have caused others, does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do. I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch you as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time you paid the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence. I do not receive it before Friday. Will not be cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small brown paper parcel, addressed to Monsieur Cordier, to the post office, on Rue de Entrepot, I guess, Entrepot. Give it to the cashier and leave. You do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue to live your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what is your worth. Nodders. Fireplace.
Huh.
A roaring fire. I could stand and yeah, he's so. Contract for a partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. Hugo's signature. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree to the following. Current workers' strike shall cease in all manners and forms. Factory floor, machine operators, and supervisor halls shall return to their positions immediately. The terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Okay. Signed, M. Ernesto da Silva, factory owner and employee. Union leader. But this has nothing for the workers themselves. Are you just writing this up and being like, oh, yeah, get back to work, you guys.
Aha.
A razor-sharp letter opener, almost brand new, lies discarded on the floor. Gramophone.
Oh.
What is it now, detective?
Were you expecting some correspondence this weekend?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
Grandma's phone? Yeah, grandmama.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, Detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
You might have. Monsieur de Silva is correct. Stretch to believe someone would be so careless. Murder weapon remains somewhere in the house. Monsieur de Mere invited Monsieur Beckers so that you two may sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked them to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, Detective.
Although it is Monsieur de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue, surprising unlike Monsieur Beckers. Okay.
I
What
have
about the
spoken
letter?
of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his response to my questions. It would be so best to act in a courteous and empathetic manner that he may be more forthcoming. Must be a reason why you thought justified hiding it. You do not have to enjoy it, Monsieur, but you must answer it. Straightforward.
No reason, Detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation.
Do their audio seem out of sync? No, I noticed that too. Ernesto, for some reason, is very loud compared to Poiro.
I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret.
And
The
then
letter
sometimes-
was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
Sometimes he's normal. I guess the mixing just isn't great for this scene. Okay. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life you do. Concerned. Damning. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with it. Okay. Concerned.
I have
Shit.
never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Okay. Monsieur does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. Okay, do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
They could have been just too scared to complain
That does
before.
not mean your behavior is appropriate.
Yeah, there's
They
that
have
too.
one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
What exactly is an easy ride? Ernesto, we trusted you, SMH. Pepe Hams. Did not expect Monsieur to treat his staff the same as his friends, but I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
You don't like this guy? Well, yeah, he's a factory owner in like the, what is it, late 1800s or something. He's not great. This must be the young girl that the Comtesse spoke of. Perhaps the positions she is finding for these girls are not the best fit.
That is all for now.
Lick his nose and make fart noises at him. Flick. Call him a call him a piss baby. Yes. Let's do some of these. Been a while. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Let me get these all out of the way. There we go. Okay. Respond to everything. Respond to everything he says at Goo Goo Gaga. Oh lord. Let's start with Archibald. Go. Nope. Going up to Margot. Helped Ernesto find a maid.
This will not get me any closer to...
Inga for help. Works at the woman's shelter. Oh, is it works at the woman's shelter and employed?
Come, my little Grace.
Nope.
I must take a different...
Oh. Becky thinks Hugo was slow to react and scrapped paper where he's unsuccessful speeches.
Magnifique.
Okay. In Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo particularly highly. Did he collaborate with anyone else, I wonder? Jackie unlikely collaborated with Hugo. Collaborate with anyone else. Gideon? No. Maybe? Oh, wait. Yeah, would he collaborate with anyone else? Partially signed
Is there
contract?
something?
No. Paired.
Order and method.
I have zero idea,
I
so...
cannot see the logic in this.
Photo of Gideon and reconciliate.
I should not be surprised.
The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest that they would not have worked together. Unlikely to collaborate.
I must act on... I cannot see the logic. Order and method. That is the way.
Hugo's notebook to. Oh. For some reason, I thought I had already clicked
finally coming together.
Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. I conclude with Ernesto. Jackie's
I must
notes.
take a different approach if.
I have no idea.
Is there something?
What? There is Margot helped get hired. Oh yeah. Servant girl, yeah.
This will not get me any close.
Oh no. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Yes, of course, a partially signed contract.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
But that was a good guess, Saul. That was a very good guess. I would have gone the same way, I think. I'm doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Someone who had never confirmed his alibi? Seems unlikely to Maybe Zachariah, maybe Gideon confirmed his alibi. I think that's Zachariah?
Come, my little Grace. I must act.
No. Let me just...
What a revelation!
Wait, that was... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I was like, hey, I'll just click this, get it over with, and we'll find what the actual answer is. Vanessa doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help, no matter how important. Huh. Back to Ernesto. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna get up, do some stretches, and go use the restroom. Because it has been 2 hours. I am starting to, once again, get sleepy. So. I'm also gonna grab some more water too. Let me pause this music. Okay, we'll go with something more jammy. We'll go with some future funk. Stretch. Okay. Stretch before I go. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. There we go. That's a good stretch. All right. BRB. Whew. Oh. Hi, I'm back. You might have heard me burp. That was a loud one. Hi, Siren. Future Funk, but it's in a room far away. I forgot to turn the volume up. I'm sorry. How you doing? If you're still here. Existing? Nice. Existence pretty good. Oh, I know you were pretty busy, kind of like over the weekend and stuff, dealing with, all that stuff that happened. So I hope you've had a chance to, catch a break from that. Hold on, give me a second to send the message real quick. Okay. What's... Trying to think of music to play while we play this game, but I can't really think of anything. I might just leave it on Future Funk. Euro. Hi, Jeff. Lounge music? Sure, I could do that. I could do Eurobeat as well. Elevator music. I don't know if elevator music is like copyrighted stuff. I wouldn't want to. Here's the thing: I don't want to get flagged, but. I know. I know what we can play. Give me a second. Give me a second. Pause this, and we play this. There we go. I could probably turn it up a smidge. I should have been playing this the entire time.
What is it now, detective?
Did you speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Look at the music's now getting a little loud. There, that's good.
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
Bonjour, there is something you are keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major is obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I mean, yeah.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do. You must believe me.
I don't know if I do.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands.
That is
also
true.
now.
Good shit, Poito. You somehow believe him? I kind of do too. It's the way he kind of put it. You know, the emotion in that line, but we'll see. Want to go approach help? Reminds me of another incident.
Come, my little grey cells.
Okay, Morigo to check the body? With the forceful nature?
Another
Okay,
success.
yes.
I never doubted myself.
Morigo may know more than she is letting on if she has an inside link with the staff of that. I found no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Comtesse's connection to the staff. There be something more to their relationship. Morigo has links. Excuse me. Morigo has links to several staff members. Objective complete. Also, the music for some reason was paused immediately after that first video. Darn you, YouTube. Why are you like this? Yeah, this is the music you need to play while trying to solve a murder.
Things are beginning to become...
Morigo is making her shelter girls do dirty work, find dirt on members of the social elite. That is a possibility. But I guess the game is treating it purely as fact. Are you still listening? You there? Pray for... No. No, I will not, YouTube.
Is there something you need, detective?
Tell me about your true relationship with the Comtesse.
She helped me at the shelter and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Countess de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Damn. Madame Van den Bosch would have been aware of young Inge's past, and she was worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Oop. Okay. Inge is following orders.
I must take a different approach.
Previously prosecuted?
Magnifique.
Instinct is marvelous is the achievement I got. Yeah, no, I got all of these answers through instinct alone. Inge is assisting with thefts. Talk to Inge. Oh wait, there's another one. Safe access.
Order and method.
Damn it. His copy of the key.
What a revelation.
I thought it was irresponsible that Archibald lose his key. Inge stole Archibald's key. Alright. Inge, tell me.
Is there something you need, detective?
What was it that the Comtesse asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major's safe was incorrect. His key was not lost but stolen. Tell me how you accessed the safe.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the
This
safe
music
from time
is
to
just
time,
so not
and if
aligned
anything
with
was
this
ever
scene.
discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that was?
Hold on, I gotta change the song at least just a little bit. Yeah, that works. So kooky. Also, Jeff, you never said how you doing. I hope you're doing good today. Hope you're having a good day.
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship. And Angeline.
I'm sure the Countess was pleased to hear such valuable information.
And I'm sorry to hear that,
She said
dude.
I
I
had
hope
done
your
a
day
good
gets
job,
better.
but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Inge that beat Madame Van Dam Bosch to the safe list. Why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? I hope you can just chill out in the stream. When I returned to the study this morning, the letters remained out in the safe open.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Countess last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
Trying to slot a key into the lock in the dark is no easy feat. I would explain the scratches on the safe. If Madame Van Den Bosch had only tried to retrieve the letters minutes earlier, she would have surely crossed paths with Inge.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Inge knows of the hidden room. Get access to safe?
This will not get me in.
Assisting with thefts.
I must act on... Another success.
Wonder how many secrets the house holds for Inge. Inge is trying to uncover secrets.
Things are beginning to be...
New conversation unlocked. There is somewhere in this house where a secret lies. It will surely be found in the hidden room. My suspicions of Comtesse's connection with Inge was correct. She was using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the Comtesse need not even get her hands dirty. Sneaky, sneaky, Comtesse.
Is there something you need, detective?
What else have you relayed to the Comtesse?
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Countess aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it yet.
Well, if a young Inge knew the location of the secret store, she would have been forthcoming with it. May be naive on my part, but she has already incriminated herself and has nothing else to lose.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
Music is once again very loud, and I'm sorry.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the queen.
Okay. Turn the music down a bit. Again. You know what? No. Yes. Yeah. Just gonna listen to some Phoenix Wright music. This is what I should have been doing this entire time. Van Den Bosch secrets may be hidden in the room. In the hidden room. Instruments? No. Several links to several stuff.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Such a calculating web of lies, secrets. Motive could possibly justify such devious actions. It's okay. It was just the music. The music was getting shot. Finally, I've unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angelina and the other recipients of such letters no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos pay for her crimes. But she's not the murderer. At least not that we know of.
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, Detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, Detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I have finally uncovered the identity of the one holding Van den Bosch's name into ransom.
Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
Why did she suddenly get louder? The mixing needs to... They need some work on the mix. It was you! It was you all along!
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well? Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Inge's
She
past?
has never been particularly forthcoming with it. Only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Countess abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
This is your jam? Hell yeah. Yeah, that would be very Phoenix Wright.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work.
Mm-hmm. Sorry to tell you.
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock to learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them. Such a cruel way, it must be devastating.
Is Maman aware?
No, maybe.
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
French. We must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, Detective.
Oh.
Detective? Are you okay?
How could I have been such a fool? Someone heard Sterling talking on the phone, but I heard no ring. I didn't notice that. That's really good. Yeah. Nani? Yeah, this is very fitting music right now.
Detective Poirot?
It was all a lie. A scene acted out for my benefit to throw me off the scent. I believe that the Major was still alive at the time. I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand. Anyone being Monsieur Sterling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, Detective?
No.
My apologies, mademoiselle. I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me? Merci, mademoiselle.
Let's go! Mm-hmm. My patience has grown thin. The guests and the staff of this house think it is acceptable to lie to my face when questioned and obstruct my investigation. But no more. We shall see how Monsieur Sterling and his staff fare under some pressure. That was a good interaction. While Poto was monologuing, the girl was like, "Hey, dude, you good? Talk to me. You need some water?" Yeah, absolutely. I like that. Suspicions initially led me to guess, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. I figured, you know, the easiest people that would be able to get to Sterling and stuff like that would be, I hi Ali. I can't speak French. I didn't want to attempt it and just completely like mess it up. I'm here for you. Thank you, Ali. How you doing? Took me a while to be able to open the chat. Oh no. Listen, thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for the French lesson. I greatly appreciate it. But I didn't want to just butcher it. Mess it up, Rudio. Hashtag girl always right. You right. Okay, I got home from work and made dinner and now you watch the stream. Hell yeah. You shall translate? Hell yeah. Well, luckily, Poito is kind of minimal on the French. He likes to sprinkle French words in there now and then, but it's not too much. Oh my god, Elizabeth looks like she's gonna fucking kill me. Look at that. She's positively evil. Looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me, but at such a late hour.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Like salt-based sprinkle. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Music's not so loud now. She looks possessed. She really does.
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes. Of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
It's Lucy. Oh
That's quite
no.
all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Ellie, we had talked about possessed dolls earlier. And like... people buying possessed dolls and possessed... like possessed dolls for... sex? Haunted sex dolls, I guess? Or ghosts? Sex ghosts? I don't know. It was a very weird conversation. Anyways. No. People apparently like sell haunted dolls, quote unquote, that the spirits are used for sex? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah, trust me. It was wild to learn about. She's Kubrick staring at you. She is. 100%. I shall see to my duties and return to bed. Are you sure? What's that about?
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van Den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
Yeah, that's right. One of them was called Yonatan, and he was a 32-year-old Israeli man. And there was another one. The other one was just a doll, but her name was Lucy, who was apparently. This is from the description, but she was apparently a bitch in life, but her spirit is kind and likes attention, which doesn't really make sense, but okay. He's got soft lips. Hoppy, no.
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Good night, Detective.
Are they gonna try to kill me? Not Elizabeth, but like Sterling here?
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
What's bonne nuit? Is that just like good night? Or see you later? Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. Thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories, but maybe something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
No, we gotta save the song for when it's really getting intense. Yeah, there we go.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
We can still see that she's possessed.
By magic, you
Yeah.
appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
Maybe.
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge is finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Oh, he's absolutely sus.
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear
No,
head,
that's fine.
but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
This is my opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings, or lack thereof, with Monsieur de Silva. I was gonna say something that is just completely cursed. Don't know why I even brought it up. I didn't have to say anything. Anyways, let's talk to Mr. Beckers. No, I cannot. Hi, Hugo.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
Hold on.
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, what is it, Detective?
I was just gonna say, it's just an combination of Archibald and Sassy. Anyways, I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I'm not sure what you mean.
One moment equals... Thank you, Allie. Thank you.
A proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man. What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Munjed Beckers has always appeared to have the workers' intentions at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass up. Did your speech to go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, Detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
Alright, and what was the conversation?
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Monsieur Beckers is not wrong. Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more successful. That's so
It
fucked.
is said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
The Major oversaw security. Could he have done more to stop the strikes? Absolutely, 100%. Okay.
A deal? It was an insult.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
I'm sure I've heard that description of Monsieur de Silva before, or at least something similar. Alright.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess. She knows how to use her womanly powers to get what she wants.
But she did not surprise or use you?
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, Detective. There were no games played at my expense.
You in business school. Monsieur Beckers has quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice, but this should allow him the opportunity to speak up and open without too much interruption. Even though she was able to convince you to not sign the deal, or suggestive, I'm sure many have been persuaded by her feminine prowess. So curious.
No, she just reminded me of what I was fighting for.
You claimed that you refused Monsieur de Silva's deal as it was adequate for your men. Yeah, sure.
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
Are you prepared to take responsibility of your actions or lack thereof? Your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has got them any closer to the results you promised. Honest.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
Damn, Poirot, go off.
It's not as easy as just signing a piece of paper, Detective. It is a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
Bruh.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result.
Yeah.
You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Pardon my intrusion, though. But you are from a large family? Totally different subject.
What does that have to do with anything?
Just
I have
answer
often
me,
wondered
please.
about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away.
I mean, that's not always necessarily true, but okay.
My older brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Hold on. This man's not European at all. He called it soccer. Arrest this man.
Oui, monsieur, but I can assure you that was not I.
Then there was me. Quiet, timid, a shadow of the Becker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things. Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard.
As a European, you feel misrepresented.
You hear politicians speak of the
Pepe
little or
Hams.
the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good.
Okay.
It was supposed to be my crowning achievement, lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Munjod Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard. Be it a single or one of the masses, I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, not in the way he so hoped. Okay. That's done with. Let's get into the real meat of this. While speaking with Munjod Beckers was not the reason for me being up at this hour, he was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major. I wasn't getting any closer to discovering his killer. Where's the staff living quarters? I think that's downstairs. Why were the edges blurred? I don't know. Photo might be a little bit drunk. Oh wow. Oh wow. This is such a small area. Decent supply of longs. I just hope the staff also gets to make use of them during the winter. Or poisoned? Maybe. No, he didn't actually drink anything, so I think he's fine. Hopefully. They're a few days old. Do not hold the candle as to what has transpired here this week. A hammock. Glad I'm a guest of the house. I'm not sure how well I would sleep in such a contraption. Honestly, I've never been able to take a nap in a hammock. I can't necessarily get comfortable on one of those.
Huh. Ah.
A war medal that I assume must belong to the mate. Anything else? Abandoned clothes.
Aha.
Rather luxurious jacket. The initials read F.H. Felix Hagen. These scruffy boots is his as well. Would they be left here? The item I have found are most intriguing, and require an explanation that I believe only the staff can give. We'll meet them in the pantry.
Detective, what can we do for you?
You have slept on a hammock once after raiding a pony? Raiding a pony? Or riding a pony?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective.
Writing?
It's a bit
Okay.
late in the night for riddles.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty.
Get his ass, Poito.
Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
My condolences on your
Merci.
brother.
He was a good man. Taken too early.
You and your cousins. I can't. Now I can't. Okay, yes. Rated a pony on a different day was one of the hardest bosses to beat.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for
excellent.
not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother. And he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me.
I understand why she is so angry for her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence. Tell me about your brother's involvement.
You
Right.
say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
True.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was
Why
Oops.
would they need to
Oh,
make an
sorry.
example?
Oh god. Oh no.
so that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It's obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. The events were as Mademoiselle describes. Cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. Pardonnez-moi, moi. Mademoiselle, I know we have spoken on this, but you took ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey.
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Oops. It took only one question from Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for lies.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Inge, please tell me.
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, detective.
Already aware of her involvement in the blackmail, but I'm not so sure she's also connected to the murder. What happened before you found the Major?
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Mamore's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
So it was probably Liz? Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house of this size running. Dam cannot expect the staff to work if they are ill. Perhaps Mademoiselle Rehana can clear up the reasons for panic.
Merci. I shall return if I have any further questions.
We'll get to you in a second, Archibald.
Go on, detective. What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
I'm going to guess Elizabeth killed the Major. She freaked out, ran downstairs, talked to Rayhana talked to Archibald. They kind of set up a thing, and they're kind of protecting her. Maybe.
That may be.
I don't know.
But she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you.
I told you, we are a family here.
Oh god, this song is not. There we go. That works. Not the happy-go-lucky music. The girls come to Mama Ray if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No! Just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
I don't know, that's pretty suspicious. Sure, Mademoiselle Rehana is a loving mother figure to the staff all away from their families. Her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Yeah, very sus. Alright, Archibald. Time for us to talk.
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call the Major received. Archie is everywhere? Yeah.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky
my
to have
God.
called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with this one. More appropriate. Alright, anyways, telephone lines were down yesterday.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Major Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps more carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up. You were the last to see the Major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
Percy does not remember the bottle at all, and as if by magic he recalls the exact details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why a medal belonging to the Major was amongst your belongings?
You found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was
exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Never have I heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better lie from an infant. I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
puts pathetic in French for emphasis. He does that a
Only
lot,
you,
I
monsieur.
notice. He puts a
And I
lot
repeat
of,
my question.
like I said, he sprinkles the French around. He puts it for emphasis in words and like
he
in
needed money.
sentences and stuff like that.
Voila.
Monsieur Sterling was well aware of the metal's value. He's Belgian, by the way. Did you know that? Because I looked this up. I found this out when I looked this up originally. That Poirot is Belgian. But like he always speaks in French and I don't understand why. I couldn't find anything to suggest that he grew up in France. You actually looked it up, but they speak French on the border? Oh. Okay. See, I didn't know that. There's a lot of French speakers? Okay. See, I also didn't know that. I was purely looking at Poirot, and I was like, surely if he's Belgian, he doesn't need to speak French. And it's only purely because, like, I don't know, he goes to France. I don't know. But that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. He claimed the Major asked you to clean his medals for display purposes. That's honestly
No,
quite common in Europe.
He keeps them
Huh.
safe with some of his old military documentation.
I still find it very funny, and that's why it's in the titles for all of the streams. He's an eccentric Belgian man speaking French.
Is that a
Just
typical
doing
job
things.
for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
Most people know more than one language, and if you live near the border, the languages mash. I see.
And where does
That
he
makes a
keep
lot of
these
sense,
items?
actually, yeah.
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
Do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes when I was in the storage room. Will there be another storage room he speaks of? Yes. Are you happy here?
Certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
Oh, absolutely. Madame Van den Bosch is very much a bitch. It seems Monsieur Sterling is trying to convince me, as he has himself. His light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petite wage he receives for his honest work. Like village is less than an hour from Poland, and there are quite a few people who know some Polish. And if you pass the border, you can see signs with mixed Lithuanian and Polish. Interesting. I mean, like, I do live in a border state. There's a lot of stuff that's in, you know, Spanish and English, so it's not really surprising. And being in this city in particular, there's also, you know, in certain parts, you have signs that are in, you know, Chinese or Vietnamese and stuff like that.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
Honestly, I think that's it. We just gotta make connections here. The Major's coats, worn out boots.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Elizabeth is quite upset. Anna claims Elizabeth is under the weather. Madame pays the staff very little. Metal. Archibald forgets he took whiskey to the Major. Claims he lost the medals. Medals kept in the storage room. Archibald stole from the Major. But the Major's coat and this
Is there
connect?
something?
No. Unsure about timings. Believes workers didn't stand a chance. Hasn't noticed the lack of calls. Oh boy, I don't actually know what connects to what anymore.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Is it because the Major's coat was in the staff closet? Would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the Major's clothes. Or the Major's coats? What the heck is happening? There we go. Is the staff very little? Worn out boots?
The pieces of the puzzle are fun.
Should have known at first glance these belonged to a member of the staff, but who? Someone else's coat?
Pieces of the puzzle are...
Staff member dressed in the Major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this? Staff member impersonated the Major. Because they're involved in the murder?
Is there something...
Oh, wait. Okay, I see. There's no connection for any of that right now. Continuing on. With the whiskey and the ice?
I must act on...
Whiskey and the timing.
Magnifique.
How can either of them forget something so important? Only the day before. Archibald and Rehana unsure of their stories. I mean, real talk. Human memory is notoriously faulty, so purely relying on witness evidence is not super great, because they will forget and change details very often. Just because it happens. Not through anything malicious. Awesome medals on the store.
This will not get me any...
Stole from the Major, maybe?
I must take a different...
Elizabeth claims he's under the weather and she's upset, maybe?
Order and method.
Okay, no. What's the answer? Archibald staged the phone call. For what? Oh, claims she... Wait, what? How does that connect? Archibald staged a phone call. The phone call was made for my benefit. Had I known the telephone lines were down, did Archibald stage the phone call? Still confirms that she took ice to the Major following the altercation with Gideon. That seems significant. Could it be that the Major had died beforehand and they're trying to cover it up?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Because the Major was killed during the dinner, but nothing was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering for the real time of death? I see. Staff covering the real time of death. Because the staff may be involved.
I cannot see the logic in it.
Because staff member impersonated
Come, my little grey cells.
Staff covering for the real time of death. Is it Archibald and Rihanna share their stories?
Some would say a lucky guess.
Both Archibald and Rihanna played the parts very well, that is until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel they need to fabricate stories? Archibald and Rihanna fabricated the story. Because the staff may be involved.
Is there
No.
something?
Because the staff member
I should not be
impersonated the
surprised
major.
by my own.
Symbols have to relay their stories back to them both. I obviously cannot truth a word they have said. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me? Because the staff is involved.
Things are beginning to be.
There's a revelation that I had not expected. The staff were involved in the murder. While young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with blackmail, it has been Judge Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth. Okay. Staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. I'm close to revealing the truth about the Major's murder, but I must understand the roles that each and every person played. Ooh, okay. More gray cell working. Rihanna helped Elizabeth after coming downstairs. Looked white.
I must take a different.
Okay, we gotta get there some other way. Staff member impersonated the Major. Archibald staged a phone call.
This will not get me any closer.
Okay, no. They were involved.
I must act on thought.
Okay, never mind. Is it Inge feels disconnected?
What a revelation!
Wait. Please tell me how. How does her feeling disconnected from her peers equals staff are involved in the murder? Inge isn't part of the cover-up that has been clearly... Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Confident it isn't part of it. Alright, so look the white coming downstairs. Staff member impersonated the Major?
I cannot see the logic.
What about her own thing? She mourns for
Order
Luke.
and method.
Okay, no. Archibald staged a phone call.
Come, my little grey cells.
See, there are times when, like, I feel like I have a good idea. And then other times where I have to just click and fail until it gives me an answer. Staff are involved in the murder. I guess so. I guess that's more direct than the roundabout way that I thought it wanted me to go and then get to this, but I don't know.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Elizabeth looked pale and the other members of staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body, but did she play a part in the murder? Found the body. Came down there to
What
help.
a revelation!
Although her duties are primarily focused in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her. Rihanna wasn't seen after Elizabeth found the corpse. Staff member impersonated the Major?
I should not be surprised by my
Wait,
own.
Hold on. Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why it was necessary, I'm not sure of yet. Did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? Anyways, Luke and
Things
Luke.
are beginning to become.
I cannot imagine the pain they have felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts. Poirot, after spending 10 minutes blindly moving strings in front of a detective board. I never doubted myself. I'm such a genius. Yeah, exactly. Poirot, please. Staged a phone call. because the staff were involved.
I must act on.
Okay, no. Stage a phone call because Rihanna was covering?
I must take a different approach. Is there something?
I was like, yeah, this shouldn't. I don't think this one. Why did he stage the phone call?
Some would say a lucky
How does
guess.
this connect?
I would say a moment of genius.
That's why everyone is annoyed and wants Poito to just solve it already. Yeah. Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of the staff, but who? Archibald was covering for a member of the staff. Rihanna was covering for Elizabeth.
This
So...
will not get me any.
Oh, never mind. Covering for the staff. Elizabeth found the body?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally cut.
The sage phone call was Archibald's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth. Did he feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? While young Inge... Here's the thing. I still don't understand how taking the phone call and like being like, yes, something something major, something something. I don't know what that helps in their goal. How does that help them cover anything up, really? That's the only thing that I'm a little bit, like, confused on, but I don't know. The young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with blackmail. It is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth. What do you mean you must return to your room and put it all together? You kind of already did. Oh god. Okay, here we go. Oh, thank god. It's just the one. Staff are involved in the murder. Archibald staged the phone call to cover for Elizabeth. Rihanna also covered.
Magnifique.
I don't know why. We are kind of already figured that out. Elizabeth is a murderer. Cool. Blinded by my own trust. When I look back now, the clues were there, staring at me in the face. I make time chasing connections between the guests, their motives and agendas. Yeah, sure. But while distracted by them, I failed to notice the one absent member of the household. Still cannot grasp his why. Promised myself that after the fateful day in the capital, not let my judgment steer me adrift, but once again, is I left looking the fool. Nothing more that can be done tonight. At least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Mademoiselle Elizabeth in the morning. Woo! Okay, we're almost done. Chapter 8 and then Chapter 9, which I think is the end. Earl boss. Hell yes. Does an elephant escape and made its way to the second floor? It sounds as though it's coming directly from above me. Widow is not hurried enough. Here's a question for you guys. Would you guys feel comfortable in a house like this? Even like just as a guest? Because I don't think I would. It's a very big open house that like... I don't know. I don't think I would feel comfortable with it. I'd feel kind of creeped out, I guess. Especially at night. Sure, you're a grandma. That's fair. Why would Monsieur Sterling be here clattering around in the dead of night? He doesn't even talk to Sterling, he just like pops his mind map up in his head and he just starts thinking. Okay. No, we do actually get to talk to him.
Oh, Detective, I was just...
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
No.
And with good reason.
My patience is all but run out. What are you doing here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
As though he has plans on leaving the house. Come on, Poirot. If you're accusing him of helping, like, Elizabeth murder someone, he's probably expecting to go to jail, too.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
What would you do if Poirot walked into your room and just had a 1,000-yard stare into his face while rubbing his chin? I'd be weirded out, and then I'd try to, like, scooch past him and just leave.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, Detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
You've done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Monsieur Sterling still remains steadfast, refused to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur. But I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risk your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
You will be taking her away then.
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
Sure, Poirot. It's not like the beginning of the game had us still have the person we were accusing and being like, oh, well, it's not too much of a thing. Still go on trial and, like, end up getting fired and everything. You have still not explained what you were doing, Andy.
The Major's military storage box.
But also, yes, it's very stacked against her because she's a servant of the house.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Judge Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on cryptic messages.
I need a moment.
I mean... Okay. Detach a saint carving. Was that always there?
Oh.
I mean, it looks like this shelf thing here moves, so I assume that's what it is, but I don't see anything else to click on, so
There is no use.
I need a mo.
what? Oh, it was a detached saint carving. Hidden room is here.
Magnifique.
Hid items.
Another success.
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I assume is here. Like the storeroom. Aha, a hidden room. It seems there are more secrets in this house to discover. Military knife. Just looking knife, likely belonging to the major. Letter. The last will and testament of the late Viscount. He truly loved Angeline. I declare that Viscount Edwin van den Bosch am of sound mind. This last will expresses my wishes without undue influence or duress. Article 1. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra van den Bosch, as the executor of the van den Bosch estate. I leave the remaining wealth held in the van den Bosch by name, my only daughter, Angeline van den Bosch. Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration costs are to be paid from the van den Bosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. My daughter Angeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade, even for a moment. To my wife Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years. We have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for a future full of opportunity and hope. Viscount Edwin van den Bosch, Monsieur Victor Rago, and Petite Solicitor. Okay. I don't know if Cassandra did a good job of helping Angeline, really. Expensive looking lighter. Like it looks to have, unfortunately, been through a war. We have lived, we have laughed, we have loved. Oh no. Come, my little gray cells, I believe we already know something about this mystery. Is there anything else? Okay, yes, sir. Military service box. It contains letters and keys. Okay. Well used, unrecognizable symbol.
Order and method.
Military knife. Oh, bloodstains. It was engraving.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Imagine printing a will and it's just... That's gonna happen. It's modern day. It's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna do it. Oh, God. I just have to hope whoever looks at that will be able to interpret it, you know? Military lighter. Major's lighter.
things are beginning to become clear.
Certainly not the majors, meaning the other one is not. Lighter wasn't from Garden, wasn't the majors. Teen, military box, war map. Viscount left belongings to Angeline under guardianship of Madame. Major killed prisoners of war, dishonorably discharged. Major is not receiving a pension. Major was building his Isha. You're contacted old friends.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Elizabeth must have used this in the study. Okay. Nothing else? Alright.
There is no use lying any.
When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assumed to belong
He always
to the
had
major.
his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
And to my family, I leave them to boot to the head. A boot to the head. Emojis.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Fleurette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can envision the similarities in how Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be treated by those in positions of authority or social standing, even before she is child. Thank you, Poirot. It is my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts. Any other suspect. Absent murder weapon.
Found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
And I imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. It's been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her as she claims.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
Well, can we hear it from her now?
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
I mean, I feel like Poirot knew him a bit, right? He was an asshole.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told Monsieur Sterling a version of events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggle to believe that she would make up such a story, but I also did not believe she could do such a thing as murder.
I need a moment.
Blames Elizabeth's attack. The wound is not common with an aggressive attack, it's more like a defensive strike. That sums it up, right?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay, no. We gotta get there another way?
Come, my little great. I cannot see the logic.
Oh, it wasn't even that. Archibald was in the garden. Yeah.
What a revelation!
The only thing I found was Archibald's lighter. He must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden? Collected something from the window? The knife?
I should not be surprised by my...
Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, then hid it in a... Okay, but when do we talk about claims the Major attacked Elizabeth and also the strike being a defensive strike? When do we get to that?
There is no use.
Yeah, shut up. It was you I saw in the
When you
garden that
asked me
night?
yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth. He must truly want to protect her from the law. Cool, complete. Okay.
There is no use.
I have one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her. For any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law?
Without question.
Why are we back to the Silver Samurai song? Sure, let's go with this one. The lengths that Major Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable. Those links break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent. Cannot be ignored. I asked that once. Sorry. I asked that once your morning duties of the ladies of the house are complete, Mademoiselle Rehana and yourself wait in staff quarters.
Aye, Detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Well, the courts are not always fair and just, as you assume, Poirot.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
After all these further revelations, my mind is as busy. Rudy, they're not in America? I mean, I feel like it still applies. It's still not a... Whatever system they're using, it's also like the 1800s, late 1800s, or whatever. It's not going to be the best of systems. Or is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's like late 1800s. After finding those documents in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place.
Is there something?
I'm not actually sure. Security attacked first. With Luke died at the
I must
factory
take
strike.
a different approach if I...
It's always about money. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Order and method.
Yeah. Oh, it's these. So when you guess wrong enough times, the game's just like, here, have it. Bad financial state is not receiving a pension.
Magnifique.
That makes sense. Desperate for a well-paid job. Ernesto was paying well.
Another success.
It was the only way to guarantee money in his pocket. What did he do to ensure the job would complete? Also, we need to connect these. Major killed prisoners of war, paid the blackmail
Things
ransom.
are beginning to become clearer.
This information would have destroyed his reputation if unveiled. Major was being blackmailed over war crimes, as he should have been, honestly. Needed to ensure that the job was done. Security attack first.
The pieces of the puzzle are fine.
To secure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack at the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the attack first? Luke died.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke and Alfred Reed, who would have been most affected by this. Now his friends help? Honestly, I would agree with you. But sometimes the game has weird logic on like what connects and what doesn't. And sometimes I'm trying to like go with what the game thinks is the right thing. What's logic? Yeah, you're right. The Major orders led to Luke's death. Which is why Elizabeth is a murderer? Because Luke was her husband?
What a revelation!
Must have been lost more than anything else involved. She may have sought revenge. Doesn't seem like the vengeful type at all, but signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. But, once again, you haven't said so yourself. The strike on the chest that killed him was a defensive strike, and you have people telling, like, you have Sterling telling a story of he was attacking her, so. Hey, what? Oh, there it goes. I was like, why didn't this show up? If I am to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I must be at my best, and my little gray cells at their most alert. It's time to at least try and rest. How goes it, Mr. Poirot? It's going pretty good. How are you, Turt? Been a while. No time to wallow in your lack of sleep. Front Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
Detective Poirot, I'm glad you're awake.
Tired? I'm sorry to hear that.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep. There is something that we must discuss.
Please, detective.
Hope you
I'm
can
not
get
sure
some
I can
rest.
take any more surprises like last night.
I'm afraid this may be the most upsetting of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
Or maybe not. Take no great pleasure in telling you this.
Detective, please.
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind.
Sorry, the music is. Yeah, there we go. Better.
You must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
Has he been wrong before? In the stories, not necessarily. But he kind of, like in this game, he kind of changes what he thinks, you know, the actual answer is with more information. Because, like, he originally thought, oh, the murderer must be one of the guests or something. And then with the information presented, he's like, oh, yes, it's the staff. But of course, outwardly, he presents it as, yes, I have always known I am a detective. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to. On my way to speaking with Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rehana, met Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
She was meant to
Honestly,
be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
In this game in particular, like, Poirot comes off as, like, trying to be the biggest know-it-all detective. It's kind of funny.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
I don't know, she could honestly be feeling ill from the events that happened and her actions. It doesn't necessarily need to be a lie.
Why would you think that, detective?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you think that?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
Were you not woken last night by the tremendous amount of noise coming from the storage room?
wasn't. What were you doing in there, detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Did you know of the hidden area?
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
I will not hide the truth from Mademoiselle, but I will try to be as delicate as possible with the news of the Major's prior action. I'm sure you're aware of Monsieur de Zachariah's troubles he faces from his time in the war.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
I am afraid not.
I mean, that wouldn't make it better.
They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him.
Monsieur Sterling was adamant of Mademoiselle Elizabeth's innocence.
Innocence? You said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife. But he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
In all of the years I have known her, she has barely even raised her voice. I cannot believe she would do something like that out of malice.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allowed my perception of her character to conceal any thought of her involvement. It seems that I am not the only one.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
You sure?
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course, I'll find her immediately.
I believe what Monsieur Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Mademoiselle Elizabeth and the Major. I do not believe she would have... Excuse me. I would not believe she would have had to do what she did if he had not attacked her. Pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I'm losing it, guys. I must listen to her story, the truth, and only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective.
How are you feeling?
Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame Vandenbosch last night.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore.
My investigation has taken me down many paths this weekend.
Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
I would not say thrilled, knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they may give an impression of being a friend or ally, they can in fact be something completely different.
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, Mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
Let's question what your thoughts on the Major were. I understand Luke was not involved in the strike, but was on the front lines.
Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy. One that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke. I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at before he was cruelly taken from this world.
Yes, Detective.
You blame the Major for his death?
Detective, what kind of question is that?
It is a straightforward one. Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
I'm sorry, Detective, I just don't know how to answer it.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
Tell me what happened with the Major on the evening of his death.
I was only in here trying to prove what I heard Mr. Beckers say. I was going to report him, I swear. Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Becker's arguing with the Major in his study. They were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying.
Hi, Aaron. How's it going?
Mr. Becker's was
You're in the
talking about
final
factory
stretch of this
strikes
game.
and how it was
Thank
the Major's
God.
fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Becker's left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight.
It's not that I'm not enjoying this game. I actually very much am. It's just that this game... We've had this discussion before. It's more like a book than, you know... It's more like a book than an actual game. There's not really much to play.
After the altercation between
There's
the
no
Major and
puzzles
Master
to do
Gideon,
or
we went to
anything,
speak with
you
him
know.
outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing.
Yeah,
to know
more
for sure.
visual novel.
If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
Look around the study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me, demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me, and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I'm gonna start heading home. Done some work now. Just wanna chill. You have a safe trip home, Saul. Catch you all later. Yeah. You too. Stay hydrated.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it.
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt.
This music is so
I
not
didn't know what else
appropriate.
to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
Fluffy, hold on. Yeah, this is appropriate. Okay.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
Oui, please. Continue.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
I mean, he's right. That you'd most likely be sent straight to the gallows.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Please, Detective, they were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, They should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
So it turned from self-defense into a full conspiracy? Kinda. Yeah.
Surely you haven't forgotten what happened with Florette. She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle. Even for a moment.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me. I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Come, my little... Now he stares into the distance while we find and figure out these clues. You're currently watching the last episode of Lucifer? How's that? I've never seen it.
This will not get me any closer. I should not be surprised by my own.
Elizabeth's story confirms Margot's claim. The Major's death was the result of a defensive strike. Finally, I have solved the case of the Major's murder. I must admit, I take no joy in declaring Mademoiselle Elizabeth the killer, and I wish she had never been put in such a position. Shoe? Show. Show. Show? Shoe? Shoe? Show. It's a good it's a good shoe. You better tell. Alright. Hold on, let me change the music again, because... There we go.
Oh, yes, Detective.
The Major's missing
I
knife.
don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now,
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
I have the knife in my possession. I believe that Mademoiselle's reaction. She does not know what became of it. She is unaware of the efforts of Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rayhana. Went to mask what she had done. Monsieur Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her. Merci, Mademoiselle. More French. Wait in my room.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
oui, mademoiselle. I know. Mademoiselle tells quite the harrowing story.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way. But Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
Sure.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She is not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense, and in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed.
I don't know if that's true. But also, you say in the law's eyes, but once again, the people who are, you know, convicting her, or not convicting her, either one, like, they have their own biases, you know? And it's very likely that she's just gonna be... In a real world, I think she would still be considered, you know, due to a lot of people that are convicting her, she'd most likely still be seen as, like, you know, a killer and be sent to jail or whatever, regardless of possibly the facts. But I think just, I don't know. he wouldn't be a good officer if he didn't follow the law, right? I mean, yes. You're right. But he has a very the law is just and blind, and if you didn't do anything wrong, then you won't be seen as wrong. You know, you won't be tried. Including like this. You've killed a man. And hey, if what you said was true, you'll be fine. Even though I don't think that's how that necessarily works.
I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
Like, a fair trial, making sure it's a fair trial is well and good, but ultimately the conviction lies on whoever is the one who makes that decision, which can have biases. So, you know, Poirot. Believe the version of events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true, the Major having fallen into a fit of rage at the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light. He attacked the young Mademoiselle and drove her to do what she had to do to protect herself. Put herself in a dangerous position, but there is a small part of me that commends the duty she felt to find justice for her husband and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's orders. The telephone line is now working. I must call in my findings. The remaining snow, it may still be some time before they
Mademoiselle,
arrive.
it is time I address the house.
Are you sure? What will you say? What if they do not listen?
I can assure you, they will.
Elizabeth was right, though. She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen.
Oh, God, Poirot. Get over yourself.
Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try. But I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Chapter 9. Last chapter. Let's go! She's gonna
Detective, you have spent more time making us sit and wait for you than anything else.
Madame Van den Bosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame.
I don't know if there's any
First,
gameplay in this segment. I
To
think I'm just
understand
gonna
the truth of what has occurred
sit
this
back
weekend,
and, you know,
one
let
must
this
know
play
the
out.
timeline of events that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
You are only aware of what the guilty parties wanted you to believe. But now I shall apprise you to the true events. The reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Monsieur, I will not allow for any further
Oh
interruptions.
God, his eyes are going red with rage.
I return to the
Poirot's
Major's
gonna
body.
kill a man.
If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal. A meal
Your
that
internet took
none
a
of
shit
you
on itself for
left,
like 20
even
minutes?
for a
Damn.
moment.
Welcome back, Oppie.
Speaking in
Glad
the
you're
evening,
back.
you all confirmed one another's alibis, and although there was doubt in the validity of some, I confirmed that they were indeed all true. What I could not understand was how a man came to be found dead and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you
Bruh.
were meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered. But even those lengths were not enough to derail me for long.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective. Perhaps you would like
Thank
to
you.
tell us who killed him
Thank you,
now?
Cassandra.
Madame, as I'm sure you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
No, madame, there was another. Mademoiselle Elizabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elizabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elizabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside following the confrontation with Monsieur Demir's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed. Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy story.
Mademoiselle, I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that if...
Can I say that I've come
would
to
surely
just like
result in his
not like a lot
incarceration?
of these characters?
Exactement.
Oh my
It is
god, that
quite
look
the
she
story you have
gives.
told, Detective. But all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
Oh my
I am
god.
not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe. While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished, but we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, Detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Here.
Give her what she
Why
deserves.
is he so loud?
The girl has got to pay for what she's done.
Oh, I could not have been clearer with what occurred in the Major's study. They have all forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, the terrible crimes he has committed. Well, he has done them all in one way or another. Cannot allow for Mademoiselle Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them see past their actions and have led to these unfortunate circumstances and losses of audio balancing? I hardly know her. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation in not only the workers' strike, but of
those of you
riot.
that are calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Beckers. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence, perhaps we should begin with you.
Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit to her involvement will be no easy feat. She's strong. She is strong. Had deflected questions in the past, perhaps a more aggressive approach. You would do almost anything for a headline. I say pass. At the top of your field, but tell me, why was it you?
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Even if in the process people are hurt.
Not as strong.
You knew the situation surrounding the strikes, and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos. Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say. Now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself.
Nah. You use others for your own agendas, not considering the repercussions. I do not know of any field sacrifice the lives of others for. Let's go. Yeah, be tough. I guess forceful.
You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either.
You cannot honestly believe what you have done is acceptable. You have allowed others to fall while you walk proudly across their backs. This, I kind of want to go with disgust, but I don't know if it's the right call. Sure.
Look, it's...
Disgust.
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. But I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you. If you say it was self-defense, I believe you.
Okay.
We can't just forget what that girl has done. It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Monsieur Beckers, you are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad.
Defense. With the C, yes.
We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that.
When you take
Putting
down
words
your
in her
fences
mouth
yourself,
until she
yep.
succumbs to your plan.
I know enough of Monsieur Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role to an ally. Even as the leader of the union, you were swayed by one that had no part in any union dealings. Do not consider how a strike turned violent and endangering. Direct. Me?
Detective, I'm afraid you're misunderstood. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen.
maybe it's because you were gone, but yeah, us having to do this doesn't make sense to you. It doesn't make too much sense to me either, but at the same time, it kind of falls in line with Poiro being like, yeah, you know, if she didn't do anything wrong, the law's not going to see her as wrong. And then these people being like, yo, but she should be hanged anyways. No, they're not the jury. So us doing this to them doesn't really make much sense. Just their perception of things, I guess, which potentially could help. Because if they're asked to give a statement in any way, like, they'll be sympathetic to her, I think is possibly the reason. But again, if there is a jury that sees this case, they will still have their own biases, I would hope. Well, excuse me, I would not hope. I would not hope that they have their own biases, because you're supposed to, you know, do things fairly. But reality, they would probably have their own biases. He's trying to like equate their actions to as bad as what she did. Yeah, kinda. I mean, I guess the one lady is a journalist and stuff, and journalism has a big amount of influence on the jury. I guess so. But so is everyone else. And Cassandra, Madame Van Den Bosch, has always been like, fuck the servants and anyone else other than me and my daughter personally. So I don't know. It was not my intention to escalate things as they did. I could not have predicted what would
Jackie
happen.
was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in.
Mademoiselle Conrad swayed, influenced, and manipulated your every decision. You take great pride in your work. Are you proud of the decisions? Forceful.
No, it wasn't like that.
This is not a tale that has been created. The facts I speak came directly from your mouth
So
yesterday.
we were supposed to be sarcastic
Why is
and
it you cannot
antagonizing?
admit she exploited your passion and desire for your men in front of the other guests?
Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
You have fought for those that do not have a voice. Surely you will not allow another to be lost in the wind? Sure, yeah.
You're right, Detective. I have tried so hard to deny my part, but I know only too well that my decisions led to the death of those men.
This is weird, because isn't this like... Sorry. I keep going back to this, because he's like, you know, the law is just. And it should be unbiased. But here he is, especially with this, feels like getting pity out of this dude to be like, yeah, you know, you're right.
I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot. Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers, but it was only myself.
Is that what Poirot says? The law is unbiased, but also like, kind of my girl boss.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself.
God,
I
he's
made
so
a
loud.
generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
It was not that simple, though. Oui, an offer was made, but Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to...
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs? I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
Poirot is the kind of man who unearths everyone's family dirt during the holidays. Yeah. Although Monsieur de Silva, this is why he doesn't get invited back to family dinners and stuff like that. Eventually opened up. He was defensive when he discussed the matters of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation behind closed doors. I cannot imagine he will be forthcoming in front of the other guests. He is going to need some convincing to admit his faults. I've never heard such a pathetic attempt to justify one's action. Problems stem from you and your decision. If you were simply doing your job and treating your men fairly, they would not. Direct.
It may be a big
Okay, never
deal
mind.
to
That
you,
was not
but I
the
am
right way.
used to work as not being happy with something. And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me.
Can't believe it, Grandma's in the hospital, and I cannot believe you had the nerve to cheat on your husband while he was away on the last business trip. Yeah, yeah.
When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. I handle the situation the best I could.
Hey Ernesto, let me tell you something. There's way better ways to handle, you know, owning a factory and workers and, you can be ahead of the curve.
If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
And that's the third year in a row he's unearthed an affair. So direct wasn't good. He needs to be coerced. The desire to hide one's secret is a powerful horse. Oh, the desire to hide one's secrets is a powerful horse. That's what I said. I wonder how easily yours is broken. Straightforward. You were willing to pay an anonymous blackmailer that accused you of the same? Are you saying I should go straightforward? Because kind of sounds good. No. I'm totally fine with suggestions because I'm not sure which one is better for him. He doesn't super like direct, no. The last one is an insult? I see. Or the last one was an insult. I see, yeah. Yeah, I'll try threatening.
Do your worst,
Ooh, that's
detective.
not good.
I have spent years building my name, my reputation. This is all just a feeble attempt.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall them just fine, thank you. A police officer trying to manipulate facts to...
Claims of abuse against your staff and the hiring of militia. Those are the facts that have been twisted to my agenda. Intentional or not, your arrangement with the major kindled the fire that started the riots. Your gut was straightforward? Yeah, it's my gut as well to go straightforward, but direct wasn't right. The threatening wasn't also right. This one... Assertive? I do not know. Because forceful feels direct again, but he didn't like direct. Assertive.
Do you really think this is the first
Okay,
time
assertive.
blame has fallen at my feet? Although I don't think I've seen someone try so hard before to even convince themselves of what they are saying.
Have you not learnt enough already from having your factories closed? If you have any hope to return to normality, you must admit your faults and accept the repercussions.
Apparently anyone can become a detective now.
Through all.
Order? There's no order in beating down who you consider suspects until they have no other option but to admit something, guilty or not.
Monsieur da Silva, you have stood steadfast, and your opinion on your involvement.
Detective, you would do well not to anger my friends.
It was not my intention. I only want those responsible to be held accountable
Wait,
for their
Poirot had a
actions.
tape recorder and could
The
just
Major's
play back
death
people's
does not
statements back
fall
to
on
them?
one
Yeah.
person alone. Does your position on Mademoiselle Elizabeth's guilt remain the same?
Even after all your attempts, Detective, Felix was still murdered. Self-defense or not, she chose to hide what she had done because she knew what she had done was wrong. And she will be punished for it.
It was not choice to hide anything, madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure.
Are you sure?
She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
God damn it. She reminds me of like those people online that are like, you know, I would have totally done something completely different and totally logical in the situation that's, you know, high anxiety, high paced, you know, high risk. Could I still fix her? No. Madame Van den Bosch will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. To sway her into seeing that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other options, to persuade her that it was the Major's action that drove her to do what she did. She was your crush. You were the closest to the Major. His violent temper cannot come as a surprise. Speaking with the guests this weekend, it is not the first time the Major has shown his threatening nature. Yeah, I think suggest is the right way.
Quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had
Okay,
a
that was
history of
correct.
aggression.
Thank God. The Major was dishonorably dismissed from the British military. Are you aware of why? He played the role of caring friend very well, but that was all it was. Perform. Yeah. Although it feels weird to put it as antagonizing. Just of antagonizing. Sort of direct. Maybe.
You have no idea. He was there for us when we needed him.
You were there for him when he needed free room and board.
That is not the case, and you know it.
His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question. What would you have done in his position?
If you're asking Poirot, who straight up said, if I was in a position to murder someone, I would not, because it's against the law. Poirot would not do any of that.
He had made mistakes. I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
Like, Poirot straight up said, if my husband was killed, and I was angry, I would just not kill a man. Because that's not the law. Okay, he had made mistakes, I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit. Making a poor decision once is a mistake. Making it twice is a choice. What kind of questioning did you use with her before? It was kind of what those first two answers were. It's kind of leading her to those conclusions instead of outright, like straightforward usually is not the case. Because she will just push back on it. It's better to lead her to those sorts of decisions. Making a poor decision. This is it. What of the mistreatment that you received from the Major? You cannot justify that. The Major ordered the attack on unarmed workers. Surely you cannot condone that. I think both sympathetic and doubtful could be a good decision. I think straightforward is just the wrong one, and the other two, one of them is right, the other one is like, middle of the road, it's okay. But I think going on to the subject of what she's talking about, I think doubtful is the right one.
I did not know the circumstances of it.
Okay, never mind.
If he made that
Maybe?
choice, he must have thought there was no other option.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
You had that reaction before of turning her head?
He was not
Yeah.
always like that.
We did it!
The
Kinda.
man that I called a friend would never have done what he has.
So you were thinking the more personal approach? Yeah, I guess sympathetic was actually the right call. So we did okay because we got the other questions right.
I cannot allow another innocent person to be punished for his vicious and barbarous behavior.
You have seen the Major act in a similar manner as I described
I got it.
before, haven't you?
I got an achievement.
What was the
Probably the
outcome then?
greatest detective in the world. God damn it.
You have convinced me that I am wrong, in both my opinion on Elizabeth's punishment and in the friendships I keep. Is that not enough for you?
Lip hugger.
Not when a potential crime has been committed, and I fear an innocent party may have been punished for it.
He was just a boy. I told him to stop, but he was like a wild animal.
Wait, what are you talking about now?
The confrontation with Mademoiselle Elizabeth was not the first time he has come close to killing another.
It was following the officers' ball. A young man, no older than 16, stopped us on the street.
The arrogance
begging
of
for some
Poito.
change. Felix pushed him away, but he was persistent. He only wanted a few coins.
You know what Poirot's problem is? He doesn't chew drugs like Holmes.
Like a flash,
But
Felix
I like that
snapped
about
and
him.
wouldn't let go of him. He would not stop punching him. I have never seen anything so brutal.
Oof.
But he was never charged for the attack.
Felix called the captain at the station and said that the boy had tried to rob him. The boy was thrown behind bars without a second thought. It was a full week before the bruises on Felix's knuckles finally faded.
And even after witnessing such a brutal assault, you still support him. You still believe that he had not attacked Elizabeth.
The days following, he showed no signs of remorse, no apology to him or to me. I blamed it on the amount he had had to drink. But when you began talking about him finding Elizabeth in his study, I somehow knew it had happened again.
Had you been open about the Major's temper, this could all have been avoided. When you tell the court the truth, Mademoiselle Elizabeth's self-defense plea cannot be ignored.
Just when I thought I could not see a more spineless move.
Yes, his vice is being bald. But the sobriety makes him soft. He tries to go gentle with these people. I disagree. He's actually like with the rest of this game, he pushes and pushes a lot. Like he is very forceful, and from what I remember of the books, when he's older, and this is a younger Poirot, he's actually very much more gentlemanly and soft in like when talking to people and even like confronting them and stuff like that. But in this, he is a lot more direct, but also at the same time, they made him be like, ah, yes, I am the world's greatest detective. There's so many people to talk to in this room. Oh my god, I know, I hate it. We haven't even gotten to like 2 other characters. And I kind of hope we don't. Like, there's no reason to. Also, it's just a scene he's off. Yes, honestly, because there's a few times during this playthrough where I was just like, get his ass, Poirot. Get him. Because he would just go off on some people. Sherlock's got drugs. Nero Wolf's got food. Poirot's got... yeah, he's got French. He's got baldy. Just when I thought I could see a more spineless move.
Excuse me?
You allowed a bully and thug to remain in your house and endanger your family.
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
I'm surprised you can hear me way up there on that high horse of yours.
I'm surprised you're just now seeing her high
Speak
horse.
to me in that way. Who I decide to keep in my house is my decision and no one else's.
I can see that. Murderers, thieves, and extortionists are all acceptable, it seems.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
Yeah, I'll get to this in a second, but I just wanted to add on to that what I said before. Like I'd like how they present this Poirot. I just have been a little annoyed by him being like, yes, the law, because like that has been the last couple hours of him just being like, but the law is right, it'll be fine in the law. But generally, I think he's a pretty good character. And they do a really good job of making him feel younger and like inexperienced. But there's the thing about like him being, thinking, oh, I'm amazing. And kind of being proven right because he can figure things out, but that's beside the point. That's his vice. He actually has belief in the justice system. Perhaps a good discussion on ethical, moral, and just decisions. Yes, very much so. I agree with that. It does bring about a good discussion with that, because there's so many things that are within the law, but not morally correct. And I see that very often where people will, mostly online, I've not had to encounter this in person, but people that will say, this person didn't do anything wrong, there was no law that was broken and stuff like that, but it's like, but it was actually very wrong for someone to do something like this, Like, morally, it was very wrong for something to do. Just because the law says it's legal doesn't make it right, Anyways, continuing. It's a good discussion. It is. SMH, why didn't they just return their shopping carts? Exactly. Why didn't they just return their shopping carts? Fuck it. Since we're on the side tangent, you know what, Poiro, actually, I don't know if anybody has been getting this feeling, but within this game in particular, maybe it's just because he's inexperienced and he's doing all this stuff, but it feels like they make Poiro as someone who is autistic, and I don't mean that in like a derogatory way or anything, but like some of the ways he acts and especially how he interacts with other people strikes me in that way, but I don't know if that's just me. Yeah, he's definitely socially awkward. And he tries to be, you know, gentlemanly and suave, but doesn't always get it right. And I don't know if that's just because they wanted to make him young and inexperienced, but also a good detective, or because they actually made him more like that. And in this game in particular, they made him autistic or something like that. You think his ways of connecting dots could be interpreted as that? Yeah, I think so. Why not both? Why not both? It's hard to tell with writing whether people are going for eccentric or autistic sometimes. True. Because sometimes people see someone who is autistic and they think it is purely eccentric. Or eccentricism. Alright. Moving on.
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would perhaps still be looking for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Margot, how could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed. It was quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
Hold on, let me change the music because it's not good music for this. There we go. That works. A lot of people aren't open with their diagnosis and it gets interpreted as eccentric. Yeah, I think so.
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
High and mighty, Madame Van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years, and she still remains none the wiser.
Or writers will take autistic traits and attach them to characters they want to seem eccentric or weird because they conflate autistic traits with weirdness. Yeah. Especially with the more, like, socially awkward traits. Fuck. I lost my train of thought, but definitely with stuff like that. That was more of what you were thinking of? Yeah. Like, to make them seem definitely on the weird factor, like, oh, this character is, you know, it's super weird, but really they just have a particular trait or something, or it's just something socially awkward, but it's considered something very weird and strange and out there or something.
You have no right.
Maman.
Angeline? Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true? Felix, He was my father?
What?
That is the secret that the letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide.
Gasp.
Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
You kind of forgot about that.
What about father?
Your mama betrayed the love of a good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
Bruh.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved him. You don't even deserve the memory of him.
Countess, there is something that you still have not explained.
Also, Cassandra is still the best
What more is there for her
VA.
to say?
Her voice actress is so
How
good
long were
in
you
this
in love
line,
with the
in this
Viscount
role.
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
But you were nothing more than friends.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray?
Both of you, no more.
Please, Angeline, let me explain.
Maman, I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your lies anymore. Cassandra Van den Bosch, all alone.
How dare you!
Poirot's just like, my job is done. I'm out of here. Look at him! He's smiling.
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer.
This music is
and
perfect.
knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail, and a fair sentencing will be given. In protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive.
Pictured Poirot leaving
Comtesse de
dinner
Vos
while
was
everyone's
taken
yelling
from
at
Le
the table.
Mosnier House
Yeah.
in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Comtesse had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to.
He's a petty gay at the
Mrs.
family
Sterling and
dinner,
Mademoiselle
100%.
Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on.
Why would they not just stay with Cassandra? Well, I mean, maybe she's like, fuck them.
Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine, and the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame Van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the major and the atrocious crimes he had committed.
Fuck, the music
After
is
Madame
not appropriate
Vandenbosch's
anymore.
secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain in contact. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemozinet House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case.
He doesn't need a bigger
Monsieur de
head.
Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he
You
continues
misheard.
to support
Hannah's
them from
appearance
behind
was
the scenes.
briefly very upset.
Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions.
Good for him.
And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped.
Good
and
for
the reasoning of
her.
self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge. Madame Vandenbosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself in any way that she could. With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny.
I think that's everyone.
The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands. A stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However,
God, she looks
it
so
will
scared
remain
in
as
that
a reminder
picture.
to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
GG. This music playing in the background. Yeah, HB Harry Potter. There we go. That's better. We did it! We finished Hercule Poirot. The early cases, or the young cases, or whatever. How do you guys feel about it? I had fun. But it does very much put you to sleep. Like those first few streams, I was actually falling asleep, mostly because it's a very cozy, like kind of game at the very start. It is very visual novel-y, but also it doesn't have a lot of music, and there's a lot of kind of downtime where you're walking around and just looking at stuff and reading stuff. But I think it was still pretty good. I wish it had more things to engage with, like puzzles or something. You know, even interacting with people and figuring out the little clues felt very minimal, but it was fine. You watched the end and it felt very booky. Well, I mean, I think they were very much trying to go for, you know, Agatha Christie style, especially with Hercule Poirot, so I think that lines up. We never found out what happened to Florette. I thought that would be a plot point, but we never did. That was the maid at the very beginning who got fired and almost sent to jail because she was late being home, and Angeline pretended to have her stuff stolen because she didn't want it to get sold. But Madame Van Den Bosch was like, no, it was the maid. Fuck her. Send her off. But we never found out what happened to her. I'm just gonna go ahead and end that. Collectibles. What did we collect? Oh. Yo, why didn't we get more of this? This looks awesome. I love that outfit. Hold on. Can we...
Detective Poirot, I trust this finds you well.
This music.
It has been many years since.
Okay, no. Hold on. Let me.
And
no,
while
hold
I'm
on.
sure
Let me
your
exit out.
recollection of the events
No.
may differ from mine,
No, it doesn't
I
let
hope
me
that
exit.
receiving this letter has not rekindled a sense of animosity toward myself or the Van der Bosch name. The impression you made is something that has stayed with me since that day.
Oh my god, hold
Compelled
on.
me to
No.
reconsider the spoilt young lady I would have inevitably become and help shape me
I
into
can't
the
actually
woman I
exit
wish
out of
to be.
this. I Alt Ford. I didn't want to be stuck in that. I'm only missing 4 achievements, it says. Examine all items in staff-related areas. Inspect all items hidden in the snow. There was apparently more. Stop for a refreshment during a key moment. Inspect every window in the room. Ah. Okay, options. Music volume was up that entire time. Hang on. So a lot of those times, I actually thought that I had turned the music volume all the way down, but that just kind of goes to show you how much this game does not have music. So many of those, there was not music playing. Blackmail, altercation, the major, interrogation, secret. What does that do? Truth. I like that. I understand he's meant to be, you know, well kept and everything, but I like this scruffy beard look to Poirot more. I think it serves as a better contrast from being young to being old. Is this other... Oh, these are other versions of him. I don't like him with hair. I like this old version, young, mid, old. Wow. Nature. Irrigations. So we get 4 of the major, but who is this? Is this supposed to be Poirot? Like a bunch of different variations of him? Interesting. Dr. 9. They went through a lot of changes for him. Interesting. What everyone else is supposed to look like. What do you guys think? I feel like if they had gone with a more cartoony style, kind of like this, I feel like it would have stuck with some of those characters a bit more. They said, what if he was bald? True. But I feel like if they had gone with some of these more cartoonish designs, I think that might have worked a bit better. I work for Paradise Lost, so you can see it. Paradise Lost. Do you mean Paradise Killer or another game called Paradise Lost? Oops, didn't do that. Heck. Ah, there's still a few that we... Yep. What? No! Oh my god. I think this one is short. The art is really good, but you won't lie, it makes you think of a phone game. Yeah. I can totally see that. Also, sorry for being loud. I can't exit. Have you guys seen the Tintin movie, by the way? Yeah, I really like the Tintin movie. Can I? Okay. Oh, these are... Okay, it shows you what it is. Don't click on a movie thing, because I don't want to get stuck there. Angeline Van. Nice. Very pretty outfit. Archibald. Andra. Oh, I like these. I like these two in particular. Like the one they went with was pretty good, but I like this because it feels like it has a bit more of that haughtiness to it. Elizabeth. Pretty good, yeah. Nestor. Got it. Gideon. Cool guy. Oh man, look at that chin. Haughtiness. Hugo Becker is. Okay. Conrad. Gideon has nice outfits. He does. So does Zachariah. Like, I really like some of these outfits. Anyways, that was cool. That was fun. Yeah. I want to quit. There we go. Oh, we did it. Oh, man, we finally finished Hercule Poirot. We don't have to play this game anymore. I did enjoy it, but I'm so glad to be done with it and we can move on to something else. I just gotta find out what that something else is. I had something in mind, but... Oh! Well, I mean... I think I might just take Saturday and Monday to play some more Judgment. Next up, reading Hercule Poirot 24-hour stream. Nercule. Can I do a reading? No, I can't. Or I can for some books. I remember that was a question that I think Ali asked on Twitter, and I don't know if that was a definite answer. But, like, if you end up doing a reading stream, I think it's gotta be something that's not copyrighted, really? I don't know. I don't know how that works. Is Agatha Christie not public domain? Maybe she is, because they made this game that's just purely, you know, fan fiction. Agatha Christie public domain. Yes, the person. Is she public domain? Specifically, Agatha Christie works. Items published before 1920. Specifically, Agatha Christie works. That means 2 of her novels are in the public domain. Oh, okay. So only The Mysterious Affairs at Style and The Secret Adversary. Currently. Currently, anyways. But there might be others, because that was in 2020. January 1st of the year 2021, copyrighted works introduced in the year 1925 have entered the public domain. Secret of Chimneys by Agatha Christie. John McNabb by John Buchan. The Great Gatsby, Unraveled Knots, The Ringer, Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy. There are a lot of really good books, public domain. That's true. The Trial, No More Parades, Blue Bungalow, Former. All that's on this list for now. Interesting. Okay. Winnie the Pooh just became public domain? Yes. The books, right? Not the Disney character. It was the bear with the shirt is not public domain, but the bear Pooh is. Just not the bear with the shirt. I think that's right. Looks like you got here just in time. Hi, Nix. Yeah, just in time. Which means as long as he's naked, it's fine. He prefers being naked anyways, right? I guess so. I hope you're having a good night, Nix. Bears don't like clothes. True. They just like hats and ties. Just ask Yogi Bear. Yeah. I think Saturday and next Monday we're gonna do just more Judgment. Because starting February, I am trying to find a whole bunch of Valentine's Day themed games. I'm doing this in big quotation marks with Valentine's Day, but I'm probably gonna be playing some of those. Saturday is gonna be reserved for Judgment for sure. We're gonna be playing Judgment on Saturdays, but throughout the rest of the week or the rest of the month, I'm gonna try to play a bunch of different like Valentine's Day-esque things, like Sucker for Love, which came out recently, and I'm excited to play it. And picnic baskets. Yeah. Third Hercule Poirot novel also just became public domain. Ooh, nice. Dating sims. All right. Speaking of which, you just bought a really great gay dating sim. Ooh, what is it? Mm-hmm. It's like actually intense and scary and shit, so it has sex scenes at the end, forewarned. Oh. Oh. I know, yeah, no, I know Dramatical Murder. It's not just intense and scary. There's also some more harsh topics than just attributing it to intense and scary, as far as I remember hearing. So yeah. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea for sure. It's dark and you love it. That's fair. That's very fair. Dramatical Murder, our god year of 2022. played it back in like 2018, but want to get into it again. That's fair. Definitely not really my thing. But I did hear about it, and at first, like, the art is good, so there's that. I see Aaron is streaming. Can raid him. No. I feel like there's something I should talk about. I don't really have anything to talk about. There's just stuff that I gotta work on. I don't think I have any homework tonight, thank God, but I don't know. There's just other stuff that I gotta work on. Talk about how's class? I was actually talking about that earlier today. It's good though. Drive is a bit of a pain, but it's good. You don't know. It's been a bit. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Glad it's good so far. Are you learning, son? Yes, I am learning, Dad. Oh. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have too much to talk about with D&D progress because it's all just slow moving stuff right now. The test run went well. It's just a few more things I want to get done before I'm really like, okay, we're starting this now, you know, like putting it out there. There's just a few things that I want to get done, which might take some time because of like everything going on, but it'll get done. Yeah, no stream on Wednesday. Saturday we'll be playing some more Judgment. And you know what? Wednesday, if I'm not like too busy in the evening, I think I'm gonna watch Columbo in the Discord. And if anybody wants to join me for that, they can. Just at least like a few episodes to start or something. Lumbo? Columbo. Gumbo. Alright, I'll be redeemed in Ara Ara. Roll that d20. Okay. Ara Ara. Hold on, I can do it better. Ara Ara. Yeah. That's probably better. Not. Columbo episodes are like an hour long. Are they really? I assumed they were always like 30-minute episodes. Columbo. Where to watch and stream? Where can I actually watch this? Because I remember hearing that like I could watch some of these episodes on straight up on YouTube. I don't know if that got taken down or something. You know, the first episode is like an hour 16? Really? Crazy. Did you watch that shrimp fried rice Columbo meme? Yes. There was a lot of memes that I saw with Columbo, which is why I was like, maybe I should watch Columbo. Oh, thanks to the official Columbo YouTube channel, HD versions of classic Columbo episodes can now be viewed. I just want to check.
Who is the greatest TV detective
Okay,
of all
yeah.
time? Here are some.
Cool. Okay. That didn't take too long to find something. Alright, cool. But yeah. Wednesday, if I got nothing else really important to do in the evening, I'll probably do that. Okay, I'm gonna take off. Rest up, get some work done. I will see you guys on Saturday if I don't do the Columbo thing. I hope you guys have a good rest of your week. And let's raid Aaron, because he's really cool. Thank you for the stream, it was fun. Thank you guys for joining. I'm so glad we were able to finish this, and I'm so glad that, you know, we were able to have good discussions thanks to Poito. Until next decade when you're able to join. Okay, I hope you have a good decade too. But seriously, I hope you guys have a good week. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye!